Yo, 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 what it do, chat? What's good, chat? We're live. We won't be live for long though, because I got a dentist appointment later today at like 3. So yeah, I will not be live for that long. So we gonna get our stream in today, chat. Oh yeah, chat. Um, by this time or this stream, my Discord bot is down at the moment, so yeah, it will probably be back on later today or tomorrow, but it will be turned back on.
Spam consulate.
Fuck it, I'll go for what you said, but dude, you're blowing my fucking eardrums out.
use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Alright, Chip. You know what time
Proceed
it
to bomb's
is.
location and defuse it.
You already know what it do.
Loading mag! Grenade. Placing cluster charge. Cluster charge going up!
Reload.
Diffuser is active, protected at all costs. One friendly operator remaining.
Storm's going to defuse.
I hate this fucking game. Why am I just... I hate this fucking operator.
The diffuser has been disabled. Mission is a failure.
Because they're finna go... They're finna go fucking CCTV room and fucking cash. I'm calling it, so we're gonna be prepped. And we're gonna go shipping, doc. You feel me? And we gonna get up in that bitch. Chat, I need to get my hair fucking cut so bad. I'm probably gonna do that shit tomorrow. If I'm not wrong. Or maybe today. It just depends on how long I'm at the dentist for.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
What the
Friendly,
fuck
last
is this
operator
kid doing,
standing.
bro?
We have been
This
eliminated.
kid has the awareness of a fucking retard. Oh my god. Man, chat, I'm telling you, I'm finna get this fucking, this microphone issue fixed for, you know, talking in game chat, so we can actually fucking give comms and shit. And possibly get some content out of people too. So, shit. And we figured out yesterday that my friends are not capable of getting content out of. I mean, they partially are. But you can't fucking live stream with them because they'll just fucking blast TikToks into your stream and then possibly get your shit taken down.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Seconds. 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Cookie set. Drone ready. Drone's ready.
Holy fuck.
Reset!
Why am I reloading right now? What the fuck? It's probably stupid.
Drone vehicle.
Panel deployed. Deployed dump pan.
Let's make some ground here and plant. I can smoke. Okay, we're breaching the wrong things, guys. Come plant.
Diffuser is active. Exit all. Op 4 last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Okay, I'm saying we might have a chance of coming back. I'm not sure, but we might have a chance on coming back, chat. And I am hungry as a bitch, bro. I hope everyone is having a good morning.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Deployed back. We have some time.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Wall fortified!
10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Stay 2 steps ahead of the enemy at all times.
You have to excuse me.
Try to get through that. Prone razor shell.
On 2 ping, they're breaching the window.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Keep our bearing up. Barrier placed. We'll have volume go now.
Oh, and he's just right there, bro.
Let them go for the diffuser. There's a thorn on it, so we'll know when they go to get it. Diffuser's on the balcony outside of 2 ping.
What the fuck am I doing, bro?
Just listen.
I should have just played inside, dude. Or not played inside, but played where I was playing. I would have been big balling.
She's all the way on 2 ping.
Friendly remaining.
Alright.
What is this kid doing? Genuinely.
Op 4 eliminated.
Woo!
Successful.
That's how you do it, baby.
I got no words, bro, but that's really all I gotta say, bro. Cause like, what in the fuck?
Need someone to go cater bandit. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Deploying shield. Laying out the welcome mat.
Override done. Deploying welcome mat.
Alright, we got a drone. Hang on, whoa. Legion, this is drone. Mozzie drone. Everybody chill.
10 seconds remaining.
Welcome mat.
Posting it up out here.
5 seconds.
Cade this wall, this double wall.
Bombs. Op 4 has the diffuser.
We outthink them as well as
Oh no, I'll ping it in a second. Yeah, you know where it is. Right? Bet.
Close active.
A bomb has been located by Op 4.
Alright, we got Twitch downstairs.
You're doing fine, mate.
Ooh,
Loading new magazine.
Oh, I
thank you,
got two.
Twitch.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Let's go, guys. Let's play it smart. Good job.
Hostiles eliminated.
Oh yeah, Viking King's getting the fucking
Let's go,
kills,
Viking.
man. Doing this shit.
Viking Kings.
How the fuck am I not top fragging? I'm 6-3 right now, chat. And you're
They're probably going ban Frost here. Yeah, let's get Ash out.
Nah, they're target banning me. I got a 2-piece and 1 fucking mag. What you talking? Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. Abandoned operator we did not use at all.
Let's go basement. Thoughts? Thoughts, prayers, concerns? Anyone going wrong? We got this, guys. Let's win it out. Get one win up. Win, and we're out.
Brody does got a point on that. If we do win, we are out
Protect the
this time.
bombs.
So Crody is not wrong on that.
Wall
Op 4
fortified!
located a bomb. Protect it.
Loading new magazine!
Camera ready. Activate jammer.
10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Always have a plan and always have a
Set up my
plan.
drones real quick. Legion, if you don't mind putting a barricade on that wall, too.
Deploying rocket map.
Oh, we got a Deimos on red ping. He's pushing steps. On 2 ping. They're hitting breach.
Planting toxins.
Oh my god, he's fucking right there, bro.
What the fuck? Hey, Legion, in sight. Ying is in sight next to you. To your left. Mute. There you go, you see him?
Op 4 remaining.
In front of you, Mute.
I
You
was
hear
on
him?
drop hatch.
Drop, just drop the hatch.
God, these
It's
kids
Bravo.
are-
She's on red ping. On 2 ping now.
One friendly operator
Legion,
remaining.
just stay in that corner. Wait till she plants. Just don't move. Stop moving. She's gonna walk right in front of you in a second. Dude, stop moving. Aim up.
15 seconds.
When she goes to play it, run at her. She's in the room to your right. Just stop moving.
Go. 5 seconds left.
Wait. You see her shadow? Shoot! See? There you go. Good stuff, guys.
Successful.
What the fuck am I watching? I fuck with that mute face. I fuck with it. It's pretty cool. I'll get a good little stream in today. Why not, chat? I gotta do what I gotta do. So I hope they ban fucking cash for border, but they're probably gonna ban Emerald Plains too. Oh. Never mind. My hopes came alive.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb.
Rooney.
10 seconds to go.
They have someone to electrify shit.
5 seconds to insertion.
Cade.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Tracks being affiliated. Tracks out. Drone's ready.
There's a guy squatting on the big window, I think, right to the right of it. Second. Just told you he's right there, dude. Come on.
You said you think. Not saying he is there. You said I think he's there, so I swung. Cause your assumption of thinking he's there, dipshit. Fucking carry me to victory, dude. Big boy.
Loading back!
Time to look out. It's live.
Hop in there. What are we doing?
Op 4 last stop standing.
Hop in
Must
that
recover
bitch.
the
Ooh.
diffuser.
Ooh.
We'll have you riders ready in no time.
Thank you, sir. I got a smoke for us,
The
and
diffuser
then
is
let's
now
get planting.
secured. Op
Let's
4
go.
neutralized. Mission
Good job,
successful.
gents. You got lucky there, Halo.
Oh my god.
Alright, yeah, it's a good ban. Good ban, good ban.
I'm fucking muting this kid every time. What's it called? Go through this shit.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Seconds before insertion. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
If anyone has a oh wow, okay. All entirely backside, and we've got a pulse. Thatcher, sir. Can we please not get picked up and come and do this door? Just run around the outside all safe.
You must recover the diffuser.
Dude. What the fuck? What are you
Can't
doing?
hide from me now.
So talkative
Oh
before they
my
sleep.
god, damn.
The fuck are you doing? You're just walking around like a lost toddler, trying to find your
We're
fucking
fucked.
parents.
Yeah. You guys are doing the dumbest not plays I've ever seen in my whole life.
Holy shit!
Alright.
And you want to say we're doing dumb shit?
Eliminated.
We got knife.
Yeah, we got
But-
cooked, man. Jesus Christ. Nobody drones.
Was not finna drone that, and I'm not finna deal with your complaining. So back on mute, bucko. Back on mute. Don't want to deal with your pettiness of you complaining. So stay the fuck on mute. I don't even. You know what? I'm not even the one talking to him, so I don't even gotta deal.
Spawn over there. Just spawn cliffside or lakeside. They have your number.
Genuinely, I am not listening to this kid. I'm just not gonna listen to him. I'm gonna be a D1 rage baiter, chat.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to go.
Okay.
5
They're
seconds.
running
to
a
insert.
Cade.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and
Thorn's
defuse it.
somewhere in lobby area. Yep. Thorn's right on 4 ping.
Oh my god, bro. What the fuck am I looking at?
Flashbang!
This game's fucking horse shit, bro.
Boys, what? Why? Like, why? Why?
Government reloaded. One hive ready. Kawan hive placed.
15 seconds remaining.
No way. He's got to be down.
10
He's got to be down.
seconds Friendly
Fuck!
operator standing. We have been eliminated.
Damn. That
God.
don't
damn.
look like a fucking controller trigger finger at all.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, Op 4 has found the bomb.
That's not going out.
Dude, you made the head holes on the wrong side. I'm taking them out, dude. I'm
5
not
seconds
doing
to
that.
insertion.
Guess what? I'm
We
taking
haven't won any gunfights against these guys in
Op 4 has
Ever.
located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Reloading ammo.
Treadway primed. Treadway on.
Reloading ammo.
Needle set.
Watch big window. Big window 1.
And then of course he's on the fucking.
Ash is on big window. Just don't push her. Okay, they're coming It looks like they're coming backside on.
One friendly
Oh,
remaining.
he's up there, bro.
Oh my god, guys. What am I supposed to do?
All friendlies were eliminated.
Complain like you did.
Oh my god, damn. Every round, 2v4, 1v4.
I'm gonna take this kid's head off just cause for the funs of the games, bro. I gotta do it for the content.
Sure, that's the missing link.
This kid is gonna be shit in his fucking pants when he gets fucking taken. Especially for Game Boy 2, bro. As he stopped fragging. Chat, we gonna play one more game after this one, and then I'm gonna do a quick smoke break, and then come back. We're gonna play at least like 5-6 games Siege, and then we'll probably call it a day.
Protect the bombs. Bomb location has been compromised.
Respectfully, Tubro, we have not won a gunfight all game. I'm just gonna go ahead and patch that up.
5 seconds and counting.
That is technically the play.
Bomb located by Op 4.
Red mine primed.
We cannot play.
Mine active.
Why are we
ready.
taking out all the plants, buddy? That was my cover for my Fenrir.
Zoto in play. Target
Looks like
detected.
they're pushing balcony, possibly. Oh my fucking god, boys.
Friendly last
Fuck! What am I supposed to fucking do? Oh my god. Bell, you've gotten spawn peeked 4 rounds in a row.
Op 4 has placed a diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it. Mission
I
failed.
couldn't get-
All friendlies have been neutralized.
Couldn't do anything, bro.
You guys. Oh my god. How?
You're worse. You went 4-4. BCN Booty Chrome? What the fuck ass name is that? BCN Booty Chrome. All right, let's do this.
We need to locate a bomb.
I got Mozzie's
Fucking dumbass.
Drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go.
Damn, we ain't got no fucking drones.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Big Brother's coming in. Grenade out! Deploying shock drone. Launching tracking drone. Setting see you on the other side.
Two burrows right here, two ping.
Come out, wherever you are. Activating drone. Trying a drone.
Bonnet, go plant on B side.
I didn't even know I had to bound. My bad.
You're ready? Just come plant on B side.
I'm playing A.
Nobody's in B.
4 last operator standing.
My
I
bad.
think they're both in the bathroom.
Reloading ammo.
Look around.
Diffuser is active. Protected at all costs.
I almost had an ace too. What the fuck?
Op 4
I
eliminated.
potatoed the shit out of those first couple shots. Had to lock in. Get pack that kid up. Bro, I almost aced. Man,
That's what I'm saying.
What?
That is what I'm
2K
saying.
Robin.
I sold. I'm surprised I didn't even ban Deimos. If Deimos has an elite, I'm probably going chat. I'm probably going to buy elites for the celebration for it. No doubt. But that I gotta have more money to dump into this game. Because respectfully, the only games that I would probably dump thousands of dollars into is probably Siege and Fortnite. No doubt. And for Fortnite, that is just getting fucking OG skins, chapter 1 skins and shit that are coming back into the item shop every day. So my main goal is trying to, acquire as many chapter 1 skins that come out to the shop that I didn't get back in the day. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, chat, let's do it. Let's do
Use
this.
your drone to locate a bomb.
I hope when I come back from smoking, I don't lose my touch. And if I swear to God, me saying something makes me lose my touch, generally gonna tweak the fuck out.
Drone has found a bomb.
Oh my God, I was gonna say, bro, if they did not take my drone
10
out, these
seconds.
kids' aims are bullshit.
5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Hey, watch your 6. Oh. Wait.
Activating shock drone. Starting shock drone.
Time to make a new door.
Alright, Thermite, there's rotate right here on your right. Cade's down right here. Cade's down on 2 ping. Somebody swing stairs and kill Cade. Thunderbird's going for him.
One op 4 remaining.
Coherent device.
Doc.
Diffuser is active. Protected at all costs.
Tracker on the prowl. There you are.
Yo, Striker got robbed.
Going for it.
I was at. What am I watching? Good round, boys.
I'll find you.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb.
No, shit.
10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
So Doc's in the garage. Throws a drone.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
What is it with this kid trying to do these fucking spawn peaks that are not doing a damn thing?
Drone activated.
Closing mag.
Op 4 last operator standing.
Reload!
One ping or two ping is on me.
Op 4 eliminated.
We are locked in, chat. We going in for a 4-0. Fuck yeah. go ahead, win this game. Feel me?
Secure the bombs.
Reload.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Reloading. Cover me.
10 seconds.
Investigate. Deploy.
5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
Wall's done. Throwing it.
God damn it!
F-Not activated.
They did not even. Oh yeah, they did reinforce. I was gonna say, bro, did they not reinforce that shit? They had a 0 cam on me too. I'm a dummy.
Damn, behind me.
Down to 15 seconds.
Os is inside behind me. Deimos is right here. Deimos on 2 ping on
10
me.
seconds to go.
Come on.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
We should have had that round. That was on me. I was bullshitting around too much.
Nah,
Yeah,
that
so we are
fucking
not running.
what is real? Kid fucking fooled the shit out of me.
Same spot is crazy.
Yeah, we is going to the same spot, and it is crazy. Cause guess what? I'm gonna do exactly what the fuck I did and lock in. Like, what are we talking about here? Come on now. Oh shit.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Device set.
Keep it deployed.
Device positioned.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Device activated.
Loading new map.
You. That is the most useless mirror I've seen of the
10
fucking
seconds
century.
Camera.
Loading ammo.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Keep it there.
No way she hit that shot. Ghost is on 2 ping. Ash is on the roof. Hatch. Ash and Zero on hatch on the roof.
Position secured.
What the fuck, bro? Why have we not banned Osa? Y'all are some genuine fucking retards. Holy shit.
Yo, Valk, there's a drone on the ground to your right, but
Genuinely,
Jesus.
like, shut the fuck up. Holy shit.
Impact.
Friendly, last operator standing.
What the fuck?
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
Genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I don't care about your Discord, bro. Respectfully. Suck my dick about that shit. I'm not adding you.
Secure the bombs. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Home improvement certificate deployed. Nice.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
Meridian.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Changing mag.
Down to 15 seconds. 10 seconds to go. Op 4 eliminated.
Oh, we died to a
Mission
goon trap?
successful.
Type shit. He died to his own goon trap. What the fuck? Alright, chat. We is gonna go smoke. I'll be right back. And yeah, see y'all when I get back.
A shooter is taking aim at the President of the United States. For the Secret Service, it's their worst-case scenario, the nightmare they've trained for years. In the next few seconds, each branch of the Secret Service springs into action. The Protective Detail, the Counter-Assault Team, the Airspace Security Branch, the Counter-Snipers, and the Emergency Response Team. What happens next will decide the course of history. If the Secret Service succeeds, today will be forgotten soon enough. Keeping the president alive is just business as usual, the job the agency has successfully done every day since the death of JFK. But if they fail, it will rock the nation to its very core and threaten the stability of America's democracy. This is the moment that determines everything, when instinct, training, and sacrifice have to come together, or else. Who are the people protecting the president? How do they prepare for the unthinkable? How does the Secret Service actually work? This video is largely based on the books Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service by Carol Leonnig, and In the President's Secret Service by Ronald Kessler. Links in the description. Fort Worth, Texas, 1963. The Secret Service is exhausted. JFK is their toughest assignment yet. He's constantly traveling. Miami one day, DC the next. His predecessors were older and spent most of their days working inside the White House, where the president is considered to be the safest. But JFK loves to travel the world and attend to his many adoring fans.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
And he has a taste for danger. Sneaking past his agents to swim in open water, where he's swarmed by dozens of other swimmers. Throwing himself into crowds. Letting all kinds of unvetted guests into his room, night after night. Keeping up with JFK is more than a full-time job. It's a blur of double shifts and all-nighters. So tonight, a few agents are blowing off some steam. They heard about a famously shady nightclub called The Cellar, where Texan beatniks rubbed shoulders with off-duty cops, often resulting in brawls. It's illegal to serve alcohol past midnight, but The Cellar is one place you're sure to get a stiff drink at any hour. And the agents stay way past midnight, one as late as 5 a.m. 4 of them are assigned to protect Kennedy the next morning, starting at 8 o'clock sharp. Compared to today's Secret Service, the agency protecting President Kennedy in the 60s is bare bones, basically the size of a municipal police force. There are just 350 agents, most of them spread throughout the U.S. Only 36 are assigned to the White House, with a rotating team of 6 guarding the president. Keeping the agency lean is partly due to an American aversion to treating its presidents like kings, going back to the Founding Fathers. People felt that the Secret Service shouldn't be anything like a royal guard. Until that cool November morning in Dallas. JFK likes to be seen. For this trip through Dallas, he's insisted on riding around in a convertible. And though the Secret Service doesn't like it, he also insists that his usual bodyguards ride in separate cars. He wants to appear accessible to the people.
Thousands are waiting to greet him in downtown Dallas. At 1:25, the motorcade moves into the downtown area.
JFK and Jackie smile and wave as their limousine inches through Dallas at just 11 miles an hour. It's following a route that Dallas newspapers published in advance. None of the buildings on the route have been inspected. This is Clint Hill, the agent assigned to protect Jackie Kennedy. Normally, he's stuck to her like a shadow, but today he's following JFK's orders to give the couple a little space. Of the agents who went to The Cellar last night, Hill was the first to leave, at 2:45 a.m. Today, he's also the first agent on duty to recognize this sound for what it is. An attempt on the president's life. This is Bill Greer, the agent driving Kennedy's limo. He's not trained in evasive driving. He slows down, waiting for instructions on what to do next. Another shot is fired. Clint rushes out of the car. He runs to the limousine, hoping to be at the president's side before worse can happen. But he's too late. Clint throws himself on the trunk of the car, only to find a gruesome aftermath. Within 6 seconds of the first shot, President Kennedy is dead.
If I had reacted just a little bit quicker, and I could have, I guess, and I'll live with that to my grave.
What happens next is history, and it will haunt the agency for years to come. President Kennedy's death revealed that something needed to change. But he wasn't the first president to be killed in office. 1865, 1881, 1901. But now the United States is a global superpower. The president is the most powerful person on Earth. The threats to his life are multiplying and evolving. And Kennedy's death traumatized the nation profoundly. Nothing like this should ever happen again. In the 60s and 70s, the Secret Service massively expands its personnel and budget. No longer will it be a small cadre of glorified bodyguards. Gone are the days when the service will hire any athletic ex-Marine or patriotic beat cop. Recruitment, training, and operational protocols become way more rigorous. And this is what 6 decades of evolution looks like. Protecting a president isn't just about reflexes or muscle. It's about training agents to think clearly under pressure, spot patterns, and solve complex problems fast. The good news is, you don't need to join the Secret Service to sharpen those same skills. Brilliant is built to turn the potential you already have into real problem-solving power. You can build logic, math, coding, and scientific thinking skills. It helps you click with ideas that used to feel abstract or intimidating. Their Truth and Lies course is a perfect place to start. You're given incomplete information, build up clues, eliminate what's impossible, and learn how to tell real deductions from educated guesses, figure out exactly what's provable, even when the situation is messy. With Brilliant, you're not just watching explanations, you're actively working through step-by-step interactive lessons until concepts truly make sense. It's designed for ages 10 to 110. To start learning free for a full 30 days, go to brilliant.org/fern or scan the QR code. You'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription and unlimited access to everything Brilliant offers. Protecting the president is a round-the-clock job. It's hours and hours of mind-numbing boredom, with occasional moments of sheer terror. When these moments come along, every split second counts, and the agent's response better be automatic. There's no time to weigh options. Their mission is zero fail. The Secret Service calls any would-be assassin a jackal, according to journalist Ronald Kessler. Jackals tend to strike outside of the White House. A president is most vulnerable when arriving at or leaving an event, so the agents are currently on high alert. At least 10 days before any external event, agents head to the destination. Some high-profile events, like the president's inauguration, take up to a year and a half. That's because the Secret Service isn't just about making sure a bullet doesn't hit the president. It's about making sure it never enters the event to begin with. Agents are sent in advance to assess the number of metal detectors needed, scrutinize all access points, and prepare explosive detection. Mainly, they're thinking of the ways a jackal could sabotage the event. Could he cut the lights to create chaos? Could he access the air conditioning units to introduce poison gas? Could he sneak in through a forgotten basement staircase? The bulk of Secret Service work is meticulous, detail-oriented preparation, making sure they're ready for days like this. These special agents are the protective detail, probably what you think of first when you hear the name Secret Service. They're the agents expected to take a bullet for the person they're protecting, and then evacuate them to safety. But they're just the tip of the iceberg. There's the counter-assault team. They're the heavily armed agents with the most dangerous role. They're meant to charge at the source of the attack and neutralize it before it can reach the person they're protecting, with an automatic rifle or with a flashbang grenade. Then the protective detail can evacuate the protectee to the presidential limousine, known as the Beast. The Beast is a $1.5 million car weighing about 20,000 pounds. It takes the president wherever he needs to go. It's American-made, of course, and quite a bit safer than Kennedy's convertible. According to NBC News, it's bulletproof, blast-resistant, sealed off from chemical attacks, and stocked with a supply of extra blood, exactly the president's type. Not all of its defense systems are known to the public, but rumor has it shoots tear gas. Flanking the Beast is the rest of the presidential motorcade. Counter-assault agents trained in motorcade ambush tactics travel in a car close to the Beast. Another Secret Service car carries intelligence agents who are tracking people considered threats. If necessary, they can jam these people's communications. After this, you should definitely check out this fantastic episode by our friend Neo for a full explanation. In close communication with the counter-assault team is the eagle-eyed counter-sniper team, the best marksmen in the Secret Service. According to Ronald Kessler, every month, counter-snipers have to demonstrate they can still make shots 1,000 yards away. If they fail, they're not supposed to work. Here are plainclothes agents who mingle with crowds on high alert for threats and vulnerabilities. To blend in, they don't wear the trademark earpiece. They're looking for anyone suspicious, anyone sweaty, anyone shifty-eyed, anyone who stands out in any way. But it's a delicate operation, best handled discreetly.
Wow, look who it is!
Lots of people get starstruck by a president, and they tend to act a little weird. It's not unheard of for people to weep, faint, or even throw their babies in the air, and the Secret Service can't go around tackling them all. Agents in the crowd are also trained to think like assassins. In any given space, how could they breach security if they wanted to? If they detect any vulnerability, they call the Joint Ops Center at Secret Service headquarters, who alert the protective detail by earpiece. Some Secret Service technicians are also photographing the crowds to evaluate them later with facial recognition technology. They're looking out for whether particular individuals keep showing up. Outside the venue, we have the Uniformed Division's Emergency Response Team, the first line of defense, often armed with P-90 submachine guns and highly specialized canines. Each dog sniffs up to 100 cars a day for explosives and is trained to attack any intruders. Later, they're rewarded for their service with ball play. The Secret Service is also supported by local law enforcement and emergency medical technicians. When they're not actively protecting anyone, Secret Service agents are constantly training and reassessing past events. Agents receive way more training than they did in the 60s, when they were just handed a manual and expected to learn the rest on the job. And a split second from now, it'll be time to show their stuff. Just like in 1981. Back then, a mentally ill man named John Hinckley Jr. became obsessed with and stalked the actress Jodie Foster, who starred in Taxi Driver. In the movie, an aimless drifter plots to kill a presidential candidate. Hinckley, an aimless drifter himself, believed that Foster would notice him if he did something really great, like kill the president. Just before his attack on Reagan, he wrote to Foster, "You'll be proud of me, Jodie. Millions of Americans will love me. Us." Foster didn't alert the FBI to Hinckley's threats until after the fact.
The first time I knew that the FBI was involved was when somebody called me up and said, "Please come over and talk to the FBI."
But he was already on their radar. About 6 months before he attacked Reagan, Hinckley had been arrested for attempting to board a plane with 3 pistols. The plane was in the same city where then-President Jimmy Carter just so happened to be. Now, Hinckley is outside a hotel in D.C., crouched in combat position. If indeed he had wanted to kill Carter, he wasn't able to get him. But Reagan will do. Reagan is just 6 feet from his armored car when Hinckley fires his rounds. Agent Tim McCarthy doesn't even stop to think. Instinct propels him to cover and evacuate. He hurls himself in front of the president. 2 others nearby have already been shot. Hinckley's 3rd bullet hits McCarthy squarely in the torso. 1 bullet ricochets off the bulletproof limousine and strikes Reagan in the left armpit. Unluckily for him, Hinckley has used Devastator bullets, designed to explode on impact and cause maximum damage. The president starts losing blood quickly. All this happens in 2 seconds, and the seconds after that counted even more. If Reagan had arrived at the hospital just a few minutes later, he might not have made it. Meanwhile, the agents pounced on Hinckley. They could have left that to local police and traveled behind Reagan to continue offering him protection. Their thinking was that they didn't know whether Hinckley was acting alone. But after this event, according to Kessler, a new policy was established. Secret Service agents always stick to the president. Every misstep becomes a teachable moment that advances security protocols for later. Hinckley's failed assassination is considered one of the Secret Service's great successes, but it was a close call. A man with a gun was able to get just 4.5 meters from the president and very nearly kill him. Clearly, security protocols needed to be beefed up. It's now standard procedure to have magnetometers or metal detectors that screen crowds at events. Beyond that, the Secret Service found they needed way better intelligence. 6 months before the assassination attempt, Hinckley was arrested trying to board a plane with 3 handguns, information known to the FBI. But under DOJ guidelines, the arrest was deemed too minor and never relayed to the Secret Service. In hindsight, that omission deprived presidential protectors of a major red flag, a prior weapons arrest timed to coincide with a presidential visit. The Secret Service now works more closely with the FBI. They've also developed an elaborate system for classifying just how threatening an aggrieved person is. Say you make the mistake of drunkenly boasting to a crowded bar that you're gonna kill the president. If the Secret Service catches wind of it, according to Kessler, you might be considered a Class 1 threat, and an agent could show up at your house for a serious chat. But unless you have prior military training, a documented history of mental illness, or a concrete reason for the service to believe you might try to carry out your plans, you won't be bumped up to Class 2 or 3. Class 3 threats are considered the most dangerous, those with a serious intent to kill and the ability to do so. They're monitored very closely. The Secret Service receives an average of 10 threats per day. Most are against the president. Not all can be taken seriously. Many threats are mailed directly to the White House. Would-be assassins seem to think that the president will read their letter personally, and they want to be heard. A letter can give the Secret Service's forensic division a lot to work with. DNA, fingerprints, and ink samples they can compare with the ones in their international ink library. Since the early 80s, profilers have interviewed and studied assassins like Hinckley and Sirhan Sirhan, who killed Robert Kennedy. This helps the Secret Service understand the motivations of these individuals, who are often paranoid loners seeking attention and notoriety. Often, but not always. The first bullet narrowly misses the president. A counter-sniper tries to take the assassin out, but he's already vanished into the chaos. The protective detail pounces on the president, forming a human wall. Another shot is fired, this time from the crowd. Is that gun made of white plastic? A bullet grazes the shoulder of an agent in the detail. The counter-assault team heads straight for the line of fire. Meanwhile, the remaining detail escorts the president off the podium, hoping they reach the beast in time, and that the real threat isn't overhead. The threat that the service has braced itself for since the morning of September 11, 2001. President George W. Bush is in Florida for the morning. He's joined a second-grade class for their reading lesson. He'll be back in the White House by lunchtime. The event has been publicized for a week. It's a feel-good photo op to celebrate Bush's commitment to education. The Secret Service is well aware that the world can see exactly where the president is. When the first plane hits the World Trade Center, an agent in Bush's security detail receives intelligence. He asks if the attack is isolated to New York and if the president's security is compromised. No answer. Nobody knows. Minutes pass. The Secret Service grows more agitated.
Both Twin Towers now are on fire. Now,
the second plane hits, and Bush is informed that America is under attack.
On page 153.
The age-old tension between the White House and the Secret Service has reached a fever pitch. One team's job is to project a competent image of the president, which requires the president to engage with citizens. The other team's job is to keep the president safe. The less he's seen in public, the easier that is to do. Nobody knows what to do. The Secret Service wants Bush out, now. But the White House press secretary doesn't want to scare the children or the public watching. So Bush stays put for 7 excruciating minutes.
Good job. Go on. Go on.
The chaotic aftermath of that morning revealed more holes in the Secret Service's coverage. For one thing, not all important agents were briefed on how to adequately protect their assignments in case of a national emergency. There wasn't a system for getting them to military-controlled shelters, nor were the agents granted the power to do so. Instead, they were treated like mere bodyguards, elite ones, but still. They had to obey other staffers with no expertise in security, like the White House press secretary. The Secret Service had become really good at preventing attacks from crazed lone gunmen, but in the face of a sophisticated terrorist attack aimed at the president, they needed a whole new playbook and more authority. After 9/11, the Secret Service rewrote its emergency action plans. It was made sure that no political staffer could overrule a Secret Service agent attempting to evacuate a president to safety. And the government decided that maybe, just maybe, the president's bodyguards should work closely with the people tracking terrorists. A year and a half after 9/11, the Secret Service was drafted into the new Department of Homeland Security. The protection mission was now understood as a form of counterterrorism. Shortly after the attack, the Secret Service established a new unit, the Airspace Security Branch, responsible for monitoring and controlling the airspace of the president's current location. Will today be the day they have to down a rogue drone? But the sky remains calm. The president makes it into the beast. And that's when he starts exhibiting strange symptoms. Tiny pupils, profuse sweating, wheezing, and convulsions. The nerve agent Novichok is a swift and brutal killer. It can take a victim down in less than 2 minutes. To kill or incapacitate a victim, a nerve agent needs to penetrate the skin or be ingested or inhaled, meaning that only someone in very close contact with the president could have administered it. Is there a third assassin among them? The Secret Service will deal with the holes in their security later. Now, the focus is on saving the president. That's where the Hazardous Agent Mitigation and Medical Emergency Response Team comes into play, also known as HAMMER. Today, HAMMER agents will save the president's life. The first would-be assassin was sniffed out and tackled by the Canine Protective Unit as he attempted to escape the venue. He's now in jail, awaiting trial. The second assassin, with the 3D printed gun, was shot by the counter-assault team. He died on the spot. And the third, the guy in the Secret Service itself, a career agent who rose through the ranks to the president's personal security detail? It turns out he's a sleeper agent, sent by a foreign nation. It isn't yet clear which. And they don't know how he infiltrated the service. Recently, the agency has been strained, struggling to fill key positions. Could there have been a lapse in their vetting process? They'll be sure to interrogate him intensively to find out. Our story may be an unlikely scenario, but it's just one of many possibilities that the Secret Service prepares for every day. Threats to the president have only expanded in recent years, so the service is now trained to deal with previously unheard-of attacks. The war on terror gave the Secret Service more power than ever. More budget, more reach, more respect, but also more responsibilities that stretched them beyond their capacities. Internally, the machinery started to rust. The Bush and Obama years saw waves of scandals that undermined the agency's reputation and their motto, worthy of trust and confidence. In one case, a senior agent reportedly took a female informant up to his hotel room. She died that night from a drug overdose. He was later promoted. Other agents were caught stealing federal funds, having sex with minors, drunk driving on White House grounds, becoming embroiled in prostitution scandals, engaging in racist hazing of black agents, brawling in bars. Plus, there were several near misses during Barack Obama's presidency.
Add a bomb-sniffing dog to the bag.
Obama received 4 times as many threats as previous presidents, largely motivated by racism. Some commentators have said it's a miracle he's still alive. In the service, morale is often low and turnover is usually high. It's not easy to find qualified replacement agents. Not just anyone is willing to take a bullet for $48K a year. Plus, The job requires agents to travel constantly, move frequently, and work huge amounts of unpaid overtime. It's common for agents to quit and find better pay and job conditions at other federal agencies, or start their own security firms. Still, since JFK, the Secret Service has done its job. No dead presidents since 1963. But there was one particularly close call.
I really see something that said, take a look what happened.
In Butler, Pennsylvania, in 2024, Donald Trump was nearly assassinated as he was campaigning for his second presidency. Check out our video that breaks down that event. People still wonder, how could an assassin get to an unguarded roof with a clear line of sight to Trump? It's widely considered a major failure of the Secret Service.
Sir, this could have been our Texas school book depository. I have lost sleep over that for the last 17 days,
Then
just like you
fire
have.
somebody
and
to
I will
hold
tell
them
you,
accountable.
Senator,
6 agents were suspended, and the director stepped down. Just 2 months later, another attempted assassination of Trump rattled the service. And it's possible there have been many more incidents of nearly successful assassinations throughout U.S. history. We just didn't hear about them. Maybe that's the real secret of the service. All the times history almost changed, then didn't.
Alright, welcome back, y'all. We are back. I hope y'all enjoyed that video. Hold on, real quick, chat. Before we continue, I'll do it after. But yeah, chat. We will be grinding Siege. All right, chat, let's go ahead and get this shit, shall we? Are you serious, bro? I hope this Silver 5 is some dog shit. Praying that he is some poop.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Pass those blitz around.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault. 10 seconds remaining. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Can someone make a rotation right here? Yeah, not done. Don't reverse that.
Reloading! Cover me!
Blitz! No blitz.
Oh my god, I can't fucking move, dude. Fuck!
One Op 4 remaining.
Legion, come to the doorway. I have case. He's one.
Friendly's victorious.
Nice.
Hostiles eliminated.
Oh, hell yeah. Our team is locked.
Bro left. Dude, I just shit on all of them. Ban blitz. Even though I slammed them. Pisses me off. Doc. Go tank. Somebody run like Cater Bandit.
I'll follow you, Lil Bronzo. I'll follow your lead, Lil Twan.
Cade Bandit, please, somebody. Appreciate it, bro.
I got you 5. So copper 1, bronze 1, copper 1, and bronze 4. Oh shit, then we go against a bronze 5, bronze 3, silver 5,
Secure
and
the
then a
bomb.
fucking bronze 5. Are we serious?
Stick around. Barbed wire is up.
Reinforcing wall.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
So is
Can you Cade this other wall, Cade?
Deploying field. Deploying jammer.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb.
I don't need a blood test, Doc. It's just a cold. How can you handle bullets with non-wounds? Camera ready to activate.
Maverick.
Swapping mags!
That was a horrible C4.
Ella, switch to your primary. And bomb site B.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Good aim, Cade.
One friendly remaining.
Oh,
Friendlies
fucking
were
shit!
eliminated. Mission failure.
Oh my god, bro. Fuck.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Op 4 has yet to locate a bomb.
All is reinforced. Loading new map.
I thought I picked one up. What the fuck?
Razor wire ready.
Watch out for the Maverick.
Dead.
Animus active. Please insert a DNA sample to begin sequencing.
Swapping mags.
Ready, nicer cell! Loading new magazine. Laser nest.
C4 ready.
He's in place. Nest in position.
Op 4, last stop standing.
He's laying down on the stairs.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Yes. Even though we're 2 and 3, it's alright, chat. It's alright.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Huh? What? Are we serious? failed to connect to servers due to his version mismatch. What? What the fuck? Chat, do I need to like update my game? What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright. What? Hold on. What the fuck is this? Egging on? What the fuck? That's crazy though. I really wasn't expecting that. My whole game to fucking crash after, you know, fucking game of Siege. Alright, I gotta make sure it's closed. So let's go ahead and look at the Fortnite item shop real quick while Siege updates real quick. Now, I know since I have not been on console in a minute. That's what I'm saying. I gotta turn that off. And we'll be alright. Holy shit. Don't look bad, chat. But I got my my battle pass complete. Yeah, let's see what's in the shop real quick. Oh yeah, by the way, chat, use code ZAX in the motherfucking shop. Use code ZAX, please. I beg. What the fuck? Oh yeah, stick drift's gonna be fucking horrendous, so. I don't give a shit. That's kind of fucking weird though. I got an update or like after my game? Mid stream? Alright, chat. I'm gonna go get some water real quick while we queue into a game. So I will be right back. Oh, shit. Yeah. It's not looking bad. It's looking like a good game, but hopefully the other kids aren't fucking better. So no, ban thermite. Ban thermite, dickhead. Yabba dabba dabba dabba. Yabba dabba dabba dabba. Alright, well I guess that can't pick my fucking voice up. Type shit.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised. Down to 10 seconds. seconds.
Swapping bags.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Scan the meridian. Needle set.
Reload.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Nah, what
Mission
the
failed. All
fuck?
friendlies were eliminated.
Never mind, we're gonna get fucking shit on because we have no fucking comms, bro. We have nothing. Nothing. Oh my god.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Bomb ready for assault.
Reinforce the wall.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Loading magazine.
Bomb located by Op 4.
Reloading! Cover me! My artillery is on.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Loading new magazine! Electroclaw is active.
Bro, they got 2 shield characters, bro.
Oh, so now you decide to fucking talk? I hate this game. I hate this fucking game, bro. Oh my god, bro. I actually hate this game so fucking bad. This is some fucking dog shit, bro.
Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Genuinely, what the fuck? What the fuck? These kids are retarded. Yo, like, genuinely, what the fuck? Fuck it, you wanna run that shit again? Fuck it.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile.
Organ is ready. Organ ready. Organ's ready to defend.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated.
shit.
Mission successful. locate a bomb. Seconds. Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 5 seconds.
What? The bomb was up there the entire time?
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Deploying drone.
Drop the diffuser.
I'm in this bitch.
Drone up and running.
Oh my god, how did he know? And how is he not dead?
Down to 1 friendly. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
ready. Breach. Hostile inbound. Brace yourself.
How was he not dead? How was he not dead? Genuinely. How is he not fried right there?
You must recover the
What
diffuser.
the fuck?
One friendly operator remaining. We have been eliminated.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Genuinely. What was that shit?
Chalet.
I ain't run Virgil in a minute. Let's get some of that Virgil gameplay in chat. Shall we? Or that Virgils.
Protect the bombs.
Jammer ready.
Op 4 located a bomb.
Wall secure!
Fortify the wall!
Secure the wall!
CE ready.
Down to 10 seconds.
This'll rattle them.
5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Activate jammer. Target detected. Placing this here. Try not to break it. Located target. Throwing the razor bloom. Setting the razor shell. Shield is with me.
Changing mags!
One friendly operator remaining. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Damn. Teammates are just getting fucking fried. Did I not get the kill? Did I not kill him? What? That was literally all going right in his head. How are those not headshots? I genuinely don't understand.
Secure the bombs.
Let's go.
Bomb wire set.
Be advised.
Loading new magazine. Device set.
Down to 10 seconds.
Device activated.
5 seconds and counting.
Well done.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Successfully deployed.
This will be fun.
Secure door. Placing proximity alarm.
Quick throw.
Your location has been compromised. Friendly is victorious.
I
Hostile
felt his
eliminated.
death. What the fuck? That is type shit. We should have banned Fuse. What the fuck?
Yo, I'll play Tuber if someone wants a bandit trick.
Secure the bombs.
Oh, I should have went Thorn, bro. Genuinely.
Organ is ready. Use it if you have to.
Keep us next to. Deploying barrier.
Explosive ordnance. Explosive ordnance out and primed.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Wall secured!
The keeper barrier is activated.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located the bomb.
Keeper successfully deployed.
Setting needle candy.
I'm reloading. Reloading, cover me! Got us a new drone.
Diffuser's on first floor.
Reloading ammo.
All set to jam the meridian.
I got a cam watch a diffuser.
Prepping needles.
They pick up diffuser. Both of them are on first floor right now. They just picked up diffuser. They're at the stairs. And both at fireplace stairs.
One Op 4 remaining. failed. All friendlies were eliminated. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Hey, Badger, let me take you out for drinks after this. Okay? Right. I think drinks are the last thing you need right now.
Drone up and running.
Serious drywall work coming up.
Up and running. Steady up, baby.
Enemy interference. Resetting.
Loading new mag.
Diffuser.
Taking Gemini for a spear.
Where?
The diffuser has been recovered.
Reloading.
Oh my god, bro.
I'll grab us some intel.
You must recover the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining.
We fucked here. We is fucked. Holy shit, this kid's aim's atrocious. But we gonna play one more game
15 seconds.
and we'll take a smoke break.
10 seconds.
and then in stream. So
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
yeah. And he's just sitting there.
Time expired.
Oh, this shit fries my head, bro.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds to go.
God damn it.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
My location is clear. Heads up. Hostile inbound. Brace your... Setting up my drone. Nothing to report at my location.
Inbound.
Coming in for overrun. Resources ours. Packing now.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Fuck it. We'll give you the surrender, man.
All friendlies have been eliminated. Secure the bombs.
Setting a dread mine. Mine active and ready.
Shell going out.
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
I'm ready.
Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
We're all set. Banshee deployed.
Wall fortified!
Changing mag.
Seconds. Expires in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. One friendly operator remaining.
Yes, we defended.
You've reached the time limit.
Ban Fuse, we just won first floor, dumbasses.
Secure the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Prone razor down.
Wall's done!
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
Reloading. Op 4, last operator standing. Down to 15 seconds. 10 seconds to go. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
What the fuck? The fuck was that, bro? Just threw the fucking EMP at the wall and just said, fuck it, I give up. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You know what, chat? I'm thinking if we win this game, we'll transition to the smoke break whenever I lose, and then we'll call it a stream from there. Whenever I lose, how about that? You know what? Fuck it, we'll do it. Cause I'm a pimp.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
That fear you're feeling, use it. You're stronger than you think.
How do I do that?
New feed active. Tango's in your sights.
Oh, he's just sitting right fucking there! And I can't pull myself backwards because of my fucking stick drift. Fuck, bro.
One friendly remaining. The bomb diffuser has been successfully deployed. Diffuser located. Protect the bombs, disable the diffuser. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized. We need to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Drone activated.
Argus ready. Cam in position. Cluster charge going up! Cam deployed.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. The diffuser is now secured. You must recover the diffuser.
Argus deployed. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds. You've run out of time.
He could have literally planted and we could have. Oh my god, this kid is a. Oh.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Reload.
We can push forward! Loading new mag!
Loading new mag.
Let's see who's nearby.
I have you covered. Stay behind me.
Op 4 last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated.
What the fuck? They were just bullying this guy. Damn. Go ahead and run back that Dokkaebi. Why not? And chat, this is gonna be the final game. Fuck what I said earlier. Respectfully, yeah. This is just gonna be the final game. And I will catch y'all tomorrow after the game. And then they ban Dokkaebi. Are we serious? A plug, like top of the kitchen. Let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. Guess what, chat? Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
Say wallahi,
Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
You know what I mean?
Drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds before insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
We can push forward.
drop the diffuser. The diffuser has been secured. Diffuser is online now. One friendly operator remaining.
Do something! Do something!
Diffuser was disabled. Mission failed.
Oh my fucking god, bro. You're fucking garbage. Genuinely. Fucking horsecock. W teammate for not, condemning me as a, you know, as a stupid motherfucker.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds before insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Lights on.
Setting breach charge. Breaching. Drone active.
And he's just sitting in the fucking corner.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. Secure the bombs.
Throwing in.
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Wall reinforced!
Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Wall secured!
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Cameras coming online now.
One friendly operator remaining.
You not hear the window behind you getting fucking...
Mission has been compromised. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised, your drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
place.
Must recover the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining.
Oh my god, bro.
Seconds remaining. 10 seconds. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Alright, chat. I will. Did I get anything at all? Alright, I will see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all. Be safe. Deuces.
In 2021, a hacker uncovered a fatal weakness in the world's most important operating system.
What would you do with a key that gets you into any server on the internet?
Is this live to the public right now?
Yeah, it's live on the server.
Look, I'm not pleased. I would like you to change it back. At the time, just about everyone believed that hacking the system was impossible, but they were wrong.
Well, I can tell you how many systems would have been compromised, which would have been millions. Actually, I'm still surprised the mainstream news outlets haven't really covered this very much.
How close did we come? We were weeks away from millions of internet servers being accessible to whoever crafted the backdoor. Anything from spying to ransom to taking down entire countries. You could have done it with this backdoor.
This hacker had realized the entire operating system rested on a single part, maintained by a single person, and that by compromising that one part, they could infect almost any server on the internet.
So, how could we ever let ourselves get this vulnerable? Well, the story begins with a jammed printer.
The AI lab was buzzing. They had just installed the Xerox 9700. It was one of the first ever commercial laser printers. It was a pretty big deal. The only problem was it kept jamming.
You'd wait an hour figuring, I know it's going to be jammed, I'll wait an hour and go collect my printout. And then you'd see that it had been jammed the whole time. Frustration of the wazoo.
Richard Stallman, a researcher at the lab, thought that he had a solution. Years earlier, he had solved a similar problem by coding a simple program that sent an alert whenever there was a jam. Now, it didn't fix the problem mechanically, but it did make sure that a jam wouldn't go unnoticed. He thought he could do a similar thing now. The only problem was that Xerox hadn't provided them the source code for the printer. And without it, Stallman couldn't write his code. So he tracked down the original developer.
And I said, hi, I'm from MIT. Could I have a copy of the printer source code? And he said, no, I promised not to give you a copy. I was stunned. I was angry all I could think of was to turn around on my heel and walk out of his room. Maybe I slammed the door. And I thought about it later on, because I realized that I was seeing not just an isolated jerk, but a social phenomenon that was important and affected a lot of people.
This social phenomenon had slowly invaded the world of computer research. In the late 60s, engineers at AT&T's Bell Labs invented an operating system called Unix, which they shared widely across universities and research labs. This was a time of freedom. But by the 80s, AT&T started going after Unix clone developers for copyright infringement. Later, they even sued the University of California at Berkeley. The tech landscape had shifted. They wanted to close off software development. Companies were now making their employees sign non-disclosure agreements, prohibiting them from ever sharing their code with other programmers.
See, this was my first encounter with a non-disclosure agreement, and I was the victim. And the lesson it taught me was that non-disclosure agreements have victims. They're not innocent. They're not harmless.
Stallman wondered, maybe he could adapt to this new world.
But I realized that way I could have fun coding and I could make money. But at the end, I'd have to look back at my career and say, I've spent my life building walls to divide people. And I would have been ashamed of my life.
So Stallman chose a different path. He quit his job at MIT and in 1985 established the Free Software Foundation. And it worked to promote 4 basic freedoms. You should be free to run software for any purpose, free to study it, free to change it, and free to share it. Now, to ensure those freedoms, he created a legal license that developers could attach to their code, called the General Public License. And to stick it to AT&T, he started work on a project based on Unix, but built from the ground up, so AT&T couldn't sue. He called the project GNU, a recursive acronym for GNU is not Unix. Now, to replicate a Unix system, the GNU project had to recreate 3 layers of functionality. They needed the utilities, which were the everyday tools and commands, the shell, which is the terminal that people use to interact with the machine, and finally the kernel, which is the core that talks to the hardware and manages memory. Now, over the next 7 years, the GNU project made much of that from scratch. They created the GCC code compiler, the Bash shell, and a host of other core utilities. But they were always missing one key component, the kernel.
That changed in the fall of 1991 when Stallman visited the University of Helsinki to give a talk promoting the project. In the audience was a young computer science student who just happened to be building his own kernel from scratch. His version wasn't free, but after hearing Stallman speak, the student changed his mind and adopted the General Public License. At first, he wanted to call it Free Unix, or Freaks, but his friend thought that sounded terrible, so he renamed it after the student himself, Linus Torvalds. Linus, Unix, well, that's how we got Linux.
That kernel, combined with the other components from the GNU project, became a full operating system. Now, technically, Linux only refers to that kernel, but a lot of people use it to refer to the whole operating system, so GNU and Linux and whatever else. Because the code was open and free, and the projects built on it were too, a new model of software development took hold. Anyone could inspect the code, improve it, fix flaws, and generally just push development forward for everyone. So software split into 2 competing ideologies: proprietary closed source systems controlled by companies, and open source projects where the code was free.
Is free in 2 ways. It's free as in you don't have to pay for it, but it's all free to change it in any way you want, and that seems to be the much more important aspect. People are happy to pay for technology, but so often do they run into some roadblocks where you have to file a support ticket with some large company, they may or may not get the help they need, and engineers are just itching to just fix it themselves.
Developers could take that basic code, which was freely available, and then add on their own features relevant to their specific device. They didn't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So that's why Linux spread into all sorts of different applications.
Hello, I'm a Mac. And I'm a PC. No one else? No one.
Hi. I'm Linux. There are an estimated 30 million Linux users out there.
How long have you been standing there?
Long time.
And it's not even just limited to computers. Your electronic vacuum is definitely Linux. Your camera is definitely Linux. Most TVs, most electronics are Linux.
Linux even runs some of the most sensitive machines on the planet.
You can assume that Linux is pretty much used in anything of high security need, not necessarily because Microsoft, for instance, couldn't build something equally secure, but because usually there's secrecy involved in building, let's say, a new weapon system, and you don't necessarily want to have to work with some tech company. You don't want to involve more people than absolutely necessary.
Of the top 500 supercomputers in the world, every single one runs Linux. It's used in the Pentagon and on US nuclear submarines.
Every bank you can think of, really, manufacturers, hospitals, governments, defense organizations and things like that. They're all running Linux servers.
Today, Linux is everywhere. Most people are familiar with Windows and Mac OS, but they are not the most popular operating systems in the world. No, they are dwarfed by systems running a Linux kernel. Android, with over 3 billion devices, is built on Linux. And it also powers the majority of internet servers in the world.
There is no one company that could have imagined all the different cases where computers are used these days, and Linux, thanks to its adaptability, where everyone can just tweak it in little ways to make it fit their use case, now covers all the use cases.
But all of this, it all relies on one key assumption, that the code is secure. Now, there's a good reason to feel this way. Because there are so many people looking at the code, there's this idea that bugs, either intentional or unintentional, won't be too deep to catch. It's known simply as Linus's law, that with enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. But there's a big problem with this assumption. The open source movement isn't one big project. It's an ecosystem. You need thousands of small tools and libraries, each doing a different job, like networking, security, or compression. Now, a lot of these projects start because one person wants to fix a specific problem. So they build it themselves. They're often unpaid, coding on nights and weekends just to make the tool work. If it's useful, one open source project adopts it, then another. And suddenly you have millions of machines all relying on one person's passion project. That's how the entire ecosystem can end up quietly resting on a project maintained by a single volunteer. There's a famous XKCD comic that captures this idea perfectly. But what happens when that block is compromised? In our story, our person isn't from Nebraska. No, Lasse Collin is from Finland, and he's been working on a small data compression tool called XZ since 2005. XZ is so good at compression that it's now used in almost every major Linux distribution. For the past 20 years, almost all of the work of keeping the tool compatible with ever-evolving hardware, it's all fallen on Lasse. He's never been paid for it, but up till now, he's been okay with that. Recently, though, he's been under more and more pressure. Over 1 month and no closer to being merged, not a surprise. Progress will not happen until there is a new maintainer. Submitting patches here has no purpose these days. The current maintainer lost interest or doesn't care to maintain anymore. Lasse responds, "I haven't lost interest, but my ability to care has been fairly limited. Mostly due to long-term mental health issues, but also due to some other things. It's also good to keep in mind that this is an unpaid hobby project, but it's not enough. I'm sorry about your mental health issues, but it's important to be aware of your own limits. The community desires more. You ignore the many patches been rotting away on this mailing list. Right now, you choke your repo." Lasse is burning out, but just when he thinks he can't handle it anymore, nice job to both of you for getting this feature as far as it is already. Just trying to do my part as a helper elf. Signed, Gia Tan. For months, Gia's been taking some of the load off Lasse. He's been incredibly helpful. Now he offers to step up and take over as maintainer of the project. To Lasse, it sounds almost too good to be true. As I've hinted in earlier emails, Gia Tan may have a bigger role in the project in the future. Finally, Lasse can step back and breathe after 20 years of hard work. But Gia is not who he appears to be. And he's identified Lasse Collin's XZ project as a weak link in the Linux ecosystem, one that could give him access to almost every computer on the internet. Today, we take secure remote logins for granted. I mean, they've worked reliably for over 30 years. But it all started in 1995 at the Helsinki University of Technology, when a hacker captured thousands of usernames and passwords sent over the campus network in a sniffing attack. In hindsight, the problem's obvious. These login requests were being sent totally in plain text, so anyone who intercepted the data could just read it. When Tatu Alonen, a computer researcher at the university, learned of the attack, he made it his mission to ensure that it would never happen again.
Password sniffing was perhaps the most serious security issue on the internet back then.
To do this, his solution needed to ensure two things. First, machines had to establish a secure connection. If both computers could agree on a shared secret code that they would use to scramble their data, then even if they were overheard, anyone without that secret code would just get gibberish. Now, you could agree on that shared secret ahead of time, in person. Password. But on the internet, that's rarely practical. No, you have to agree on that shared secret ahead of time without ever having met, and also with someone listening in the entire time. It sounds really tricky, but there is a way to do it, and I can show you how using this jar of paint. Say I'm trying to send a message to Gregor over there. First step is we agree on a shared public color. Let's pick this red. This is no secret, anyone can see this. Now we each pick our own private color. I'm gonna pick yellow, and he can pick whatever he wants. So we take our private color, and then I'm gonna mix that with the public color. It's worth saying now that these mixtures are assumed to be impossible to unmix. So even if you know this orange and you know this red, you can't exactly deduce the exact shade of yellow we used to create it. And this is important for the actual computer example later. Okay, so I'm gonna send this over to Gregor.
So I mixed in my secret color with the public, and I'm gonna pass this to Henry.
So Gregor sent me this, which looks like a sort of dark green sort of color. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna mix it with my original private color.
Okay, now that I have Henry's secret color mixed in with the public, I'm gonna add some of my own.
So we end up with this sort of distinct olive color. There's my yellow in there, I can see, and whatever Gregor had in his side. And the thing is, because each set of paints went through the same process, they both end up with this same olive green, even though we never shared our secret colors. So we end up with this shared secret color at the end that no one else can get. And that means that we can use it as our secret code when sending information. Now, in the real exchange, we use big public numbers instead of colors, but the idea is the exact same. Each side mixes in their own private number, using some math that, when you try to reverse it, leads to a discrete log problem, which makes it practically impossible to unmix them. That way, we solve the first problem. But there is another threat that's unaccounted for. Say a hacker, like Casper here, tries to sit in between us. Now, we can create a legitimate connection, so we end up with a shared secret code. And Casper can do the exact same thing with Gregor. Now, whenever I send a message, he can relay that to Gregor, he can change and modify it and send his response back, and to each of us, the connection looks legitimate, but Casper's sitting between us the whole time. He's a man in the middle. So I need a way of authenticating that Gregor is really who he says he is. Now, we could do this again by agreeing on a password ahead of time in person, but we need a practical way to do it over the internet. This was the second problem that Tatu had to solve. To make that happen, Gregor can take two really big prime numbers, which he keeps secret. He then multiplies them together to get an even bigger number, which he then makes public. Now, when I want to send Gregor a message, I just take that big public number, and I scramble it in a way that only Gregor, who knows the two prime factors that make up that big public number, can successfully unscramble. For anyone else, getting those two prime factors is practically impossible. So as long as I know that that big public number actually belongs to Gregor, I know that anything encrypted to that key can only be read by him. This is called RSA encryption, and it means that if I know the certificate is valid, then I accept the connection. And by authenticating Gregor, it foils our man in the middle, Casper Devious. All right. Tatu Alonen combined these two steps, securing the channel and authenticating the user, into a protocol for remote logins between machines. It gave you the same simple text shell people were used to, a plain terminal where you type commands, but now the connection was encrypted. He called it Secure Shell, or SSH, and it was immediately useful. Many Linux machines don't even have keyboards or monitors, especially not servers, so you want to be able to log in and control them remotely. So SSH was soon adopted on almost every machine that ran Linux. And as Linux spread, so too did SSH. Today, when you control a machine remotely, there's a good chance you're using SSH.
SSH is literally the maintenance backbone of the entire internet.
And the most widely used open source SSH implementation is called OpenSSH. And because it's so popular, it's heavily protected.
I mean, OpenSSH is probably one of the most closely examined projects out there because it's just so vitally important to the security of servers everywhere. Having a way to bypass the authentication in a secure shell, it's like having the master key to the hotel. It lets you into every room.
This is why Jia Tan wants a way into OpenSSH. But trying to hack it directly would be almost impossible. Lucky for Jia, the open source model doesn't just mean that operating systems are stitched together from many programs, but that each of those programs is itself stitched together from other programs. Those are called dependencies.
OpenSSH is one of the most scrutinized software packages, but that doesn't extend to all of its dependencies.
Jia believes that if he can compromise the dependency of OpenSSH, he can sneak an exploit into the main project. And it just so happens that Lasse Collins' compression tool XZ is linked through a chain of these dependencies. Now, Lasse's original goal with XZ was to find a better way to compress data on Linux. That data could be anything: code, an image, text. But what was important to Lasse was that once you compressed and decompressed it, it had to come back exactly the same. The method had to be lossless. Let me give you an example. We're gonna take the lyrics to Rick Astley's hit Never Gonna Give You Up, and we're gonna try to compress it. Now, say we take this and we represent it as a stream of characters, and each one gets a fixed width 8-bit code. Now, that works, but it's inefficient. If we go through this stream and just count up how often each symbol appears, you'll notice there's a pattern. Some appear more frequently, like N with 430 uses, and some barely at all, like J with 1 use. To save space, why don't we give the ones that appear more frequently shorter codes? And the rarer ones, well, they can afford to be long. But how do we do that? So let's start by counting up how often each symbol appears, and sorting that from most frequent to least frequent. We take the two least frequent symbols and join them together into a pair. We then treat that pair as a new combined symbol, whose frequency is the sum of the two it represents. We can then reinsert that back into the list. Then we do it again. We take the two least frequent items, combine them, and then reinsert them back into the list. And we do that over and over again until we get this massive structure called a Huffman tree. Now, to get our codes, we just walk the tree. A step right is a 1, a step left is a 0. So, for example, to get R, we just go right, left, left, right. So the code is 1001. So what you'll notice is the more commonly occurring symbols naturally appear at the top of the tree, so they get shorter codes, while the ones that appear less frequently are at the bottom of the tree. The system works well, but it also has a weakness. In our Never Gonna Give You Up example, it always encodes NEVER space. It doesn't realize that this whole chunk repeats. So what if instead of looking at symbols, we looked at those chunks? Now, they don't have to be words, they can be parts of words or even longer, they just have to be patterns that repeat. So let's scan through the text, but keep a rolling dictionary of what we've just seen. Then as we move forward, we can check whether the next chunk has already appeared. And if it has, we don't need to write that chunk again. We just write a code with 2 numbers, how far back to look and how many characters to copy. Now, when we decompress, we can just read along, and whenever we hit one of these codes, we jump back, copy the matching chunk, and paste it into place. 2 scientists, Lempel and Ziv, published this algorithm in 1977, so it became known as LZ77. But some of these symbols and pointers show up more often than others. They actually have their own frequencies. So we can feed that whole stream into another Huffman tree to get a second layer of compression. And in our demo, it actually gets the file down 85% smaller than the original. This might look new, but you've almost certainly used it yourself. It's called Deflate, but it's better known for the files it creates, .zip. If you ever clicked close on this before, you've definitely used it. But Huffman only uses the overall frequency of a chunk repeating. Real data isn't just random chunks. In our example, after Never Gonna, you might get give you up, let you down, or run around and desert you. You might get make you cry, you might get say goodbye, or tell a lie and hurt you. Each one has its own probability, and you can represent these probabilities with a mathematical tool called a Markov chain. The algorithm can then encode the stream of data so that the more probable next chunks cost few bits and the less probable ones cost more. If you combine that with a much bigger search window, so it can point much further back in memory, then you get the Lempel-Ziv Markov chain algorithm, or LZMA. LZMA was developed by Igor Pavlov around 1998, and it often beats much more familiar methods. In many cases, it can shrink files to about 70% of the size of a typical .zip. Lasse took this elegant compression algorithm and made it work on Linux. And he called it XZ not because it stood for anything, but just because it sounded cool.
I'm using XZ quite a lot. I think XZ is a wonderful project. There are lots of different ways of compressing data. Some of them are fast, but they don't compress very well. And some of them are slow, but they get extremely good compression.
But across Linux, projects are constantly shipping the same files and updates to millions of machines. So XZ is perfect. You compress something once, then you get a smaller file to download forever. Lasse released XZ in 2009, and over the next decade and a half, it went from a niche tool to the common choice whenever a project needed effective lossless compression. So XZ quietly spread everywhere, eventually becoming a dependency of OpenSSH.
So it was some point in about February 2024, and Jiatan, he emails me. He's got all of these new features in the new version of XZ.
He wins Rich over almost immediately.
So I get to talk to hundreds of contributors all the time, and I do get a feel for them. I feel, are they good coders, which is what I really care about? Are they conscientious people? Are they helpful? Do they respond to bug reports quickly? And in all of the dimensions, Jiatan would be a very good contributor because he's obviously a good coder. He's very responsive. He's very keen. And I love all that.
All indications are that Gia is a great contributor, and this puts Rich at ease, so he lets his guard down. And that's often where the problems start on the internet. You can't keep your guard up forever. But lucky for us, with today's sponsor NordVPN, you don't have to. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro blocks dangerous websites before they load. It stops malicious downloads, and it strips out trackers and intrusive ads automatically. And it works even when you're not connected to the VPN. So a lot of these attacks never get the chance to start in the first place. I use NordVPN whenever I'm traveling or working on public Wi-Fi because it means that I don't have to think about who's running the network. It's just one click, and it's so fast that I often forget that it's on. Not just that, if there's a show that's no longer available in my region, or a sports team that's blacked out, like I'm often watching international football and they don't quite have it where I'm going, well, in that case, I can just switch my server location with one click to unlock the content. Apparently, you can even use it to find better deals on plane tickets by changing your IP address to another country. I haven't tried it yet, but that sounds fascinating. So if you want to try it, you can get the best deal by going to nordvpn.com/Veritasium. When you use that link or this QR code, you'll get a huge discount. Also, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee through Nord. It's a no-brainer. So again, that's nordvpn.com/Veritasium. Or you can click the link in the description below. Thanks so much to Nord, and let's get back to Gia and the prize he's got his eyes on.
At this point, we were preparing RHEL 10.
See, Red Hat ships two major flavors of Linux. Fedora, which is free and publicly available, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or RHEL, which is available through a paid subscription. This one has to be stable and secure because it's widely used on the most important machines, like in governments and hospitals. Gia wants his code in RHEL, but RHEL only has a new major release about once every 3 years.
So there's definitely a deadline. That deadline was around sort of March, April in 2024.
Gia has to act fast. He wants complete control of any compromised machine. And to pull it off, he has 3 steps in his plan. Step 1, the Trojan horse. The code for XZ lives on a website called GitHub, which tracks all edits to XZ's code using a tool called Git, which was also developed by Linus Torvalds. So Gia starts by making small changes. He changes the primary contact for bug reports to his own email. He tweaks small tools that will help him later. But he can't sneak in the payload this way. I mean, it'd be too obvious. So he needs a way to sneak it in without it ever appearing as normal source code on GitHub.
So when you're writing compression software, it's very often the case that your software is full of these binary blobs, as we call them, so just lumps of binary, which are used to test the compression or the decompression is still working.
Nobody reads these test blobs. They're included without ever appearing in the human-readable source code. They're assumed to be garbage data. But for Gia, this is the perfect place to hide his payload, inside something that at first glance looks harmless. But in reality, it's a Trojan horse. But with the Trojan horse inside of XZ, it's still just a lump of data in a binary blob. He has to unpack it. So in the code that builds the project, he slips in a small, easy-to-miss change. It hides among all the automatically generated code and quietly unpacks his payload, inserting it into the XZ library. But now that it's inside of XZ, it still has to pick the right time to act. On to step 2, Goldilocks. Gia's end goal is to compromise a very specific part of the SSH connection process, the RSA authentication step. He realizes that if he can slip a small malicious component in there, let's call it the payload, then every time SSH checks for a key, his code will run first. It will quietly look for a special master key that only he knows, and if it sees that key, it'll let him straight in. If it doesn't, it'll call the real code and no one's the wiser. So he will have his backdoor entrance to open SSH. But he can't just go in and rewrite RSA Decrypt, the function that verifies a client's identity during the login. It's not that easy. See, when you build an application, you could take all the code you need from different libraries and bundle it into your application. But there's a big drawback to this approach. If 10 different applications on a system all bundle the same library, you end up with 10 separate copies on your machine. So it's redundant. That's why modern systems mostly use shared libraries. When an application starts, the linker fills in a table of addresses. These addresses point to the functions and variables it needs from the libraries it links to. That table is called the Global Offset Table, or GOT. Now when it wants to use something from a shared library, it just checks the GOT and jumps to the right spot in memory. RSA Decrypt doesn't belong to OpenSSH at all. It comes from a shared crypto library. So to hijack authentication, Gia can overwrite the GOT entry that tells SSH where it is. And to do that, he can use a little-known tool called an iFunk resolver.
The iFunk is used where, let's say you want to optimize your code to run on Intel hardware and AMD hardware. Now, you could write the software just for Intel, and it would run very fast on Intel, and it probably would run very badly on AMD hardware.
Instead, you keep multiple versions of the same function, and the iFunk resolver picks the right one for the hardware you're on. At first glance, that sounds like a way for Gia to trick the system into thinking it's running hardware that needs its own compromised version of RSA Decrypt. But there is a catch. A library can only define iFunk resolvers for its own functions. And since RSA Decrypt doesn't belong to XZ, it can't use an iFunk resolver to override it. But iFunk can still help him.
So it will, very, very early on in the running of the program, it will do this sort of determination of what hardware is available. And crucially, it does let you run your own code in the library very early on.
Now, at this early stage, from within an iFunk resolver, Gia could try to directly rewrite the GOT entry for RSA Decrypt. But at this point, the system is still filling in the GOT, so even if Gia changes the RSA Decrypt slot, the loader will come along later and write the real address back in, wiping out his change. And there's a limit on the other side as well. To make this sort of hijacking harder, once every entry is filled on the GOT, the system marks the table read-only. That means that if Gia waits too long, the RSA Decrypt entry is frozen. So he has to slip it in at a very precise moment, after the RSA Decrypt entry is filled in legitimately, but before the table gets marked read-only. And that tiny window is the Goldilocks zone. And to hit it, he's going to need another tool. So linking shared libraries in the GOT often leads to bugs. So Linux has a special debugging feature that tracks what the system's doing. It lets you run code whenever the linker writes a symbol's address into the GOT. It's called a dynamic audit hook, and normally you'd use it to profile performance. But crucially for Gia, there are no real guardrails. The hook can run any code he wants. And this is where iFunk finally pays off. Gia uses an iFunk resolver to set the audit hook early. Then, when the linker writes in the real RSA decrypt address, the hook fires and swaps in his payload. Right in the middle of the Goldilocks zone. There is one final complication though. Audit hooks are normally configured by the system, not by libraries like XZ. So when Gia is first looking for the audit hook variable that he's supposed to rewrite, it's actually hidden from him. So he first has to find it. Within the ifunc, he scans a small region of binary code, hunting for signs of the hook. But it's just raw bytes, so he writes a tiny decoder to turn them back into instructions that he can read. Now Gia can find where the hook lives in memory and finally plant his code. Then when RSA decrypt gets called legitimately, it triggers the payload and he's in. But now that he's in, what does he do? And how does he get out of there cleanly? Step 3, the cat burglar. With Gia's exploit in place, SSH isn't just checking for a legitimate login anymore. It's also listening for a hidden master key. And Gia's careful. He doesn't want anyone else stumbling onto the back door, so that master key isn't just a simple password. It's actually a mini cryptographic exchange of its own. First, the backdoor code checks for a shared secret, then second, it authenticates the user. And only if both checks pass does the payload run. In effect, it's like the backdoor is running a miniature version of the encryption from SSH inside of SSH. But in SSH, it uses that encryption to keep the attackers out. In this case, the backdoor is using that encryption to make sure that it's only the attackers that can get in. But he's still careful. One of the main ways defenders catch intrusions is through SSH logging. So to cover his tracks, he wipes evidence of the backdoor ever firing. And this is on top of the numerous safety checks he's inserted throughout the process to make sure the system supports the backdoor and doesn't crash and draw attention. And this is the genius of Gia's trap. It's cautious and meticulous, designed to slip through only where it will run invisibly. With all 3 of these steps complete, he can finally control the machine undetected. All he needs to do now is get his updated XZ implemented in the next release. But just as Gia is completing his backdoor, an open source developer requests to remove the dependency that links XZ to OpenSSH. This would spell disaster for Gia Tan. He becomes frantic, pushing harder and harder to get his compromised XZ into major Linux releases. He gets it into an early experimental build of Debian. He files a request to have it added to Ubuntu. He's trying to land the backdoor everywhere he can before anyone realizes what's going on. And it's then that Rich gets his first message from Gia. Over the next few weeks, he gets more and more insistent, urging Rich to add the updated XZ into the next release of Fedora.
I'm always very keen to talk to keen upstream contributors who are really excited about new things in their software, who are really willing to help us get stuff into Fedora. So, that's great. Love it. That's kind of makes my day. It's my happy place.
Eventually, Gia gets what he wants. Rich adds the updated XZ to a pre-release version of Fedora. Gia has succeeded. Except there's a bug. In low-level code like the backdoor, things you normally take for granted, like memory management, are not done automatically. If a function grabs a bit of memory, it also has to give that memory back when it's done. And if it doesn't, then every time the function runs, it grabs more and more memory and then never releases it. Over time, the program just keeps growing. That's called a memory leak. And to catch problems like this, developers use a tool called Valgrind. It runs the program more slowly, but watches every memory operation for anything suspicious. Valgrind is raising hell on Gia's code.
We put XZ, this version 5.6.0, into Fedora 40. We get a bug report initially.
And the backdoor in XZ specifically is generating invalid writes errors. Well, the logic was written by hand, bypassing the compiler's safety checks, and so they accidentally wrote outside the memory stack. Now, lucky for Gia, all this isn't immediately obvious. Rich still hasn't noticed what's happening.
New software has bugs, right? It's the state of nature of software. Software is absolutely full of bugs all the time.
Now, the real problem is inside the malicious code in the test file. But Gia can't just go and fix that. That would completely expose the backdoor. So he invents a cover story. He claims that the random data he used to generate the original test files, well, it's not reproducible, so he's replacing it. And in this updated code, he fixes the memory error.
It's a very convincing and plausible explanation for why this test blob has to be updated. But of course, it's not the real reason.
All right, so now the real fix is in, but if the bug just magically went away, it would look a bit suspicious. So he has to find a way to cover it up.
So what he then does is he changes the ifunc code in a way where he adds like a whole bunch of comments and changes to the code around it that doesn't actually change the code, but is plausible enough to look like he's changing how the ifunc works to fix the Valgrind bug.
It does. Listening to it, I'm like, I know that this is the evil hacker Gia-Tan, but I'm like, ooh, that's clever. You know?
Yeah, I mean, look, the guy is obviously not an idiot, right? But none of this is suspicious. This is what we expect from compression software. And as a packager, it's not really my job to fix every bug in upstream software. As soon as it gets to a certain level of difficulty, my thought here is, well, Gia-Tan has actually been writing this software, right? So he's got it all in his head. He knows how it works. It's easier for me to just give him the problem. And I send the bug over to him, and like a day later, he sends the fix back. From my point of view, it's problem solved. You know, it worked. System worked, right? I made the right call. I don't see, at that point, knowing what I know then, I don't see that there's any problem.
So we downloaded Gia-Tan's version of XZ, which was available on Fedora publicly. But we made a slight modification. Instead of using Gia's secret code, we're using our own. And that means that we can take advantage of Gia's backdoor. In this case, we're targeting the Veritasium.com website. And once we get control of it, I got a little trick in store for Derek. Now, to make sure I don't mess with any real traffic too bad and lose my job, we actually cloned the Veritasium website and put it on a very similar URL. But it will work the same. Of course, Derek doesn't know that I've covered my bases.
Oh no. Man, when you guys do these things, I start to get more and more scared now. I want it to work for the video, but I also don't want it to work because I don't want to screw stuff up. So,
yep, it's the risk you take, I guess, letting us run rampant.
It is a concern.
I'm gonna execute a script here, which is gonna opening up a port on the Veritasium server. And then on this side, I'm gonna execute a little script.
Uh-oh. Henrytasium. Who is this goof? On the main photo, you spent time getting all suited up there.
Of course.
Looking sharp, sir.
Thank you.
Videos Derek would never approve of. Uh-oh.
The concept was, over the years that we've worked together, you've said no to a bunch of my ideas. And I figure now with control of the website, it's about time the world saw it.
Surviving 7 days living underwater. How do saturation divers live at minus 1,000 feet? I mean, you wouldn't be outside, right? So I don't know why you need goggles there and like a respirator, but you're not underwater. Why it's almost impossible to shoot 4,000 meters. It's a sniper video. Yeah. The CIA lied, exposing how the CIA lied about torture. I feel like that still goes into tough territory for us. How xenon gas replaced oxygen. I attempted to climb Mount Everest on xenon gas. That sounds like a terrible idea. This is what this whole video is about. This whole video is just about trying to get me to greenlight your projects. You know, if people like these video ideas, they can feel free to let us know in the comments. We can actually make them. The top uploaded comment one, I will greenlight happily.
Let's go.
Is this live to the public right now?
It is live. Yeah, it's live on the server, yeah.
If anyone's on the website right now, that would be very strange for them. Look, I'm not pleased. I would like you to change it back. It doesn't seem like this should be possible on a Linux server. So the big question is, how did you do it?
The address is the server. The seed is our code to get in. And then the command is what we're doing to essentially open up, in this case, NC, which is like opening up a port on the machine that we can then access from this second terminal. Then what we're doing is, on this side, we're running a script that's connecting to that port that's just been opened up, copying our files, and then by the end, we're gonna have root access on the server. That means that it thinks that we own the thing.
That's so crazy. This is a very scary hack. I do not like it.
Another thing is that this is a very obvious way of demonstrating this attack. Like, I've changed everything on the website. You immediately know that I've gone in and hacked the server. If we were doing this for real, we would do it a lot sneakier.
I mean, as you say, right? The thing to do would not be to totally rework someone's website so everyone notices, but to change it subtly so nobody notices, so you can skim data or Yeah, like get credit card details or take payments to a different location and stuff like that.
So you can copy anything you want, you can change anything you want, you can delete anything you want. So if there's any interesting documents or crypto tokens, any files you're interested in, those are yours now. If there is secret communications going across these, and let's keep in mind all of our communication networks are also built around Linux, those communication streams are yours now. If you wanted to encrypt something and ask for ransom, that's possible now.
The possibilities really are endless. After 2.5 years of hard work, slowly infiltrating the XZ project and weaving in this ingenious backdoor, G has done it. He now has free reign on any machine that installs the new Fedora pre-release. And he also gets the same access on Debian testing and Ubuntu's pre-release environments. And with RHEL 10 coming up, his code could infect some of the most important computers in the world. Now he should be able to relax, wait for the release, and he's got his backdoor key. But just when he thinks everything's going right. Andres Freund is a German programmer. He's not a security researcher, he's not a hacker. He's just an employee at Microsoft, working on an open source project called Postgres. One day in March 2024, he tries out the unstable release of Debian to make sure that Postgres will run smoothly. But while checking the server connection times, he notices something odd. A slowdown. It's not much, in the worst case it's only half a second, but it's enough to make Andres suspicious. We tested the connection times ourselves on our own version of the XZ hack, and we found the exact same thing. Consistent slowdowns of about 400 to 500 milliseconds. Andres had already seen the problems with XZ and Valgrind weeks earlier, and this only makes him more suspicious. So he digs in deeper. He looks at recent additions to OpenSSH and traces the delay back to an update in XZ. He sees the binary test files, but notices that they were never used in a test. It's even stranger. Andres tries to get back to work, but he can't stop thinking about it.
I remember sitting in a bunch of meetings and not really being able to concentrate because it feels I need to continue looking into this.
Eventually, Andres sees it. This isn't some bug. This is a backdoor. And this backdoor is meticulous. It hunts through memory to find the audit hook. It implements a decoder to read those raw bytes, and then it wraps everything in custom encryption and safety checks so that it only triggers on the right kind of connection. I mean, it even garbles its own string so that it won't be detected. It's incredibly cautious. But all of that takes time. And in the end, that's what grabs Andres' attention.
If they had done less obfuscation, I probably would not have noticed that anything was wrong.
Now, XZ's security contact is Jia Tan, so Andres can't exactly report it through the usual channels. Instead, he emails the Debian security team directly and posts a detailed report to a public security mailing list. Then, all hell breaks loose.
I'm called up on, I think it was a Friday evening, in fact I'm sure it was a Friday evening, to join a internal Red Hat meeting. And it's immediately obvious that this is not a normal meeting because our head of security is there. It's explained to me that it's been found by somebody in the community that XZ has a backdoor, and immediately I'm like, WTF? How did this happen?
To cover their bases, Red Hat quickly rolls Fedora back and tells all their users to revert. And the whole open source community starts digging into the project to understand what went wrong. One thing is clear though, Andres is a hero.
Now, the fact that this was discovered in a different test at all, that was lucky, but then what are the chances that someone who isn't looking for a security bug spends days investigating this? So big kudos to the researcher, and saved us all from possibly a doomsday on the internet.
I think that Andreas did a brilliant job because he did what I should have done actually, which is I should have looked at the bug when I saw it, and I should have gone there, like a crazy hound sort of sniffing around trying to find out what's going on.
Andres even gets a shout out from the CEO of Microsoft. But when the story breaks, the mainstream response is surprisingly muted.
Actually, I'm still surprised now that the mainstream news outlets haven't really covered this very much. I can tell you how many systems would have been compromised, which would have been millions.
Anything from spying to ransom to just taking down entire countries. You could have done it with this backdoor.
I guess the big question is, who is Jiatan?
That's the question, isn't it? Okay, so my feeling is that Jiatan, the person that I talk to, I believe is one person. But I also believe that behind him must be a group of people. And they worked for quite a while. I mean, they were at this for perhaps 2.5 years that we know about.
If you look back at the accounts pressuring Lhasa, they share some similarities. They use free email addresses, and they have almost no footprint outside of the XE threads. These were very likely sock puppet accounts, identities manufactured to apply pressure as part of a multi-stage social engineering campaign.
Now, who spends $1 million and takes 2.5 years to attempt to break into every hotel room on the internet with the master key? I think it's not a criminal organization, because I don't think a criminal organization would have that patience to spend that time without any real return. So I think it has to be a nation state actor here.
A lot of the aliases, like Jiatan, they sound like Asian names, and the published changes are all timestamped in UTC+8, Beijing time. So the signs point to China. And that's why it's probably not China. I mean, why would they make it that obvious? Every other part of the operation has been so meticulous, so cautious. And they also worked on Chinese New Year, but not on Christmas. And over the years, there were 9 changes that fall outside of the Beijing time, into UTC+2, which is a time zone that includes Israel and parts of Western Russia. That's why some experts have speculated that this could be the work of APT-29, a Russian state-backed hacker group also known as Cozy Bear.
But again, do we know? No, of course we don't know who it is, and we likely will never know. Jiatan himself just disappeared as soon as this exploit became publicly known and never heard from again.
In a sense, it doesn't matter whether this was Russian or Chinese or Iranian. We need to protect from these types of backdoors no matter where they're coming from.
I see this as like, you know, the canary in the coal mine of what's going to be happening as attackers get more sophisticated, they make fewer mistakes, you know, the gloves are off in a way. I don't think that the Linux community is fully, is fully ready for this yet.
In the aftermath of XZ, the open source community poured over countless small, similar projects, looking for similar campaigns. But they found almost nothing.
I'm worried that we didn't find other backdoors. The incentives are just too clear. There are state-sponsored parts of either governments, militaries, or even private contractors working for states that are all preparing for the next cyber escalation, some kind of a war, some kind of a geopolitical conflict. And where are all of those backdoors? There's just too many people incentivized to put backdoors for the few backdoors that we're actually discovering.
Now, some experts have argued this reveals a fundamental flaw in the open source model, but not everyone agrees.
Closed source software would be no better here. In fact, who's to say that there aren't already state spies working as paid software engineers at some of the larger companies, putting in exactly backdoors like this? But then there would be no community member running free testing and detecting this by chance. This backdoor, if anything, underlines the ethos of open source.
I mean, just think of what it took to get this done in public. There was a multiple-year social engineering campaign. There were all these layers of misdirection, and then there was code that was designed to withstand constant scrutiny. Compare that now with a closed source hack. Sometimes all it takes to get a backdoor installed there is a court order. Or you have a public company that can just brush a breach under the rug. I actually used to work as an open source researcher myself at the Japanese telecom giant NTT. And my perspective is that it's only because this is an open source project that it's been picked apart, analyzed, and turned into a conversation about security at all. One that focuses on the fundamental vulnerability. It's not the code, it's the people. And now the system has not supported them enough.
I feel for Lasse that he's given this beautiful gift to the whole world. And, you know, what has humanity done back to him, right? We've poisoned his gift. And then I think implicitly a little bit, not everyone's saying this, but implicitly we're blaming him for not being there to maintain this stuff for free forever. But why are we demanding that Lasse do anything when he's not being paid for this stuff? And that's, in my opinion, quite unfair. On this Saturday evening, we were working together on a workaround for this bug in Rel 9 that he's added to XZ, and he absolutely could have told us to get lost and didn't. And what a brilliant guy.